Okay, I'm gonna give it a second while things boot up. I'm gonna go ahead and see here what we get. Okay, we got a picture. What's up, guys? What's up, Denheads? Welcome back to another video with Dentley, AST, ya man, ya boy. We're gonna start off with a fuck ice, and then we'll get right into things. So, what are we doing today? You might be wondering. What are we doing? It's been a little bit. Well, we're going to be playing on something a little bit different. This is going to be what I'm going to stream, I think, for a little bit into the future. I don't know how long we're going to go ahead and do this for. But if you guys are a fan of evolution simulation, then you're in the right place. Like, that's pretty good for you, because check this out. I'm playing the Sapling today, guys. Oh, yeah. So I've been excited about this one. I've played it a little bit behind the scenes to get a feel for how things are kind of working around here, so that I can hopefully make a decent stream and eventually hopefully video out of this. Because if you guys are a fan of the Sapling, then you guys should know there's a thing right now. There's a thing that Wessel Stoop, the creator of this game, put out, saying if anybody's able to make a documentary style evolution simulated type video or series or whatever on this, he's willing to pay $1,000 for that, and I'm willing to try. So, you know, whether or not it's good or not, I don't know. That's in the air. Whether or not I'm able to do it in time and those sorts of things, I don't know exactly for sure. I got like finals in like a month, or is it a month or is it 2 weeks? It's coming up here. It might be 2 weeks away. So I don't know. It might be a little bit mixed, and there's gonna be some stuff coming up with the schedule and things. But for now, we're just gonna get right into the Sapling. So if you don't know, it's an evolution simulated game. Okay, simulating evolution. All right. Now we're gonna try and do a couple different things today. But one is we're not gonna actually, I don't think we're gonna build a planet. I got a planet that I think kind of built. Usually takes a second to try and get things just right and just nice enough. So I think if I was smart and remember right, that I made a world for us to simulate in. And also it gives us a little bit of a fun thing in that you guys aren't gonna immediately know, or oh shoot, I was just gonna pull up chat. My bad. Didn't realize I was going to have that in the background. I forgot that game minimizes. Anyway, sorry about that. So, as I was saying, though, I got it a little bit prepped so that you guys don't get to see all the secrets of things going on. But, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into things here. I promise this planet should be good. It should have just about every environment, I believe, in some pretty cool ways. You guys are going to see. But yeah, I'm also going to have to disappear myself. I'll be out in the ether so that I'm not hogging the screen or doing anything here. So we're going to go ahead and pause. Okay. And I'm going to disappear now for the rest of the video. I'm going to be going. There won't be me in the corner. I'll still be talking, and I may also switch the music off. I don't know how often, like if I'll switch it on or off, or if that gets annoying. Well, you know, maybe I'll do it around every 2,000 years. There's like a load save kind of thing that happens. Maybe I'll play with the music and stuff then. But also, so I'm gonna take off my screen and I'm gonna take off the UI, so that this is all just evolution footage for the most part, and try and catch some really good cinematic stuff going on. But really quick, just for a quick little bit of explainer so that you guys are in the know, there are seasons. There's 2 seasons. There is a hot season and then a less hot season. I found that playing with seasons and kind of been watching all that stuff, if you mess too hard with them, then stuff can't grow, pretty much. The planet kind of, usually the changes, they're too sudden and dramatic. They're not like incrementalized or whatever. I mean, like, you can make it so, like, I mean, obviously you can increment it in like the terms of how hot, but like I haven't really found that to work super great. I don't know. I'll have to play with it more, but for now, we just got 2 seasons. It's the start of a new planet, a new world, and things going on here. And let's get into things. So first off, we're going to have to introduce a couple things, okay? We're going to have to forcibly introduce 3 things. One is algae. One is animals, which will come later. And another is fungi, which will come later as well. So we'll see which one comes up first, fungi or animals, when we deem introducing them is right. But for now, we're going to start with the humble algae. And this is the base, most starter algae you can get in the game. So we're going to go ahead and throw this one in, okay? This is going to be what starts life on Hebe, which is the name I've decided to give our planet. I thought it'd be fun to name the planet like Wessel Stoop did in his. Although, I mean, it's kind of cool to name it like scientifically with the like way that we name it or how they go around stars. But I was like, you know what? But it's so cool, like the way our solar system is, where we kind of name them around, like the pantheon of like Greek and Roman gods. So we're gonna name ours Hebe, after the goddess of life, or prime of life, like youth, I think, and stuff. But anyway, so I thought that'd be a pretty cool name for our first world simulation stream. So we're gonna go ahead and just throw down some life. Now, actually, before I do this really quick, and actually let me go ahead and use this so that I don't pop up again. Okay. Now I'm going to, oh, I actually can't do it like this because I need to have the game cam on. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to disappear, but know that I will still be here, giving commentary as best I can. But I'll also disappear because I think I'll go ahead and do voiceover in the final product. So yeah. But for now, I think what I'm going to do, if you guys want to see the world, is there's a large continent over here. And then over here is more of a little archipelago, right? There's an island here. It's got some kind of sphere islands off to the side. There's a bigger island in the center. There's a tiny little island patch here. And there is a more Antarctic continent. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to start life here between these 3 mighty islands. So we're going to go ahead, plop down just a couple algae. I don't want to go overboard. I want life to have to really work for what's happening here. Okay. So now, let me go ahead and get rid of the UI too. Camera speed, slow it down. Oh yeah, that's nice. I actually haven't used that one yet. Okay. And go. Oh wait. Go. Beautiful. Oh, I needed to, hold on. Is it, okay, time is going. I'm gonna speed up time. This is current base speed. I don't really know how fast it ticks, but fast speed is a year a second. So we're gonna get stuff accelerating here, and it's, oh, actually, hold on. I forgot one more thing. One more important thing. The oh so ever important turning on of mutations, so that we actually get evolution. Without turning this on, everything would just kind of remain stagnant. You know, you'd get the same plants, fungi, whatever else. But we're starting off with algae, which can develop into plants in the sapling. But I don't believe fungi can emerge from like plants or anything, because fungi are kind of more like a consumer, you know, like animals. So I don't think that they can emerge from anything. You do have to place an animal in some sort of fungi later. They can't naturally emerge from just algae, unfortunately. But now, yeah, we'll go ahead and get out of the way and speed it up. And you'll see algae will pop up, go by. Oh, look. Okay, so you can already see there's a little bit of speciation as we have a plant that's developed into a lighter yellow. Or I mean, sorry, not plant, but an algae. And these things they'll come and go if it's advantageous. So see, it must have not been an advantageous color, or couldn't compete as well with the natural green that we had on it. So its offspring didn't make it. Now, algae is the tutorial plant for the sapling. So there's very little in which algae can diversify. It can change its holdfast to change what I believe the soil it can develop in, and the depth that it can develop at. So it can actually lose the holdfast altogether, which I've found to be some of the most competitive algae. And it can also change the blade width, as you're seeing with this new species that's popped up. Now with a larger blade width, that means these algae are able to capture more sunlight, right? With larger blades, it's like the same as a larger leaf. So you can see they're out competing now the smaller blade algae. Although the smaller blades, I believe, give them the ability to be in currents of stronger speed. So there is an advantage still to having slimmer blades, but for now, all that matters is producing offspring. Now you can also see there's actually some with different heights. I also somewhat forgot about this feature, but there are different heights to algae. There are the short ones you're seeing now pop up too, which will let them go into shallower waters. And of course there are ones longer than this as well. They can go into deeper oceans. Now where we are now, it still counts as an ocean, I believe. But there are deep water algae, and I believe we did implement a trench in this map. So there should be the possibility of deep water algae forming. But they can also be outcompeted by algae with no holdfasts, because they don't have to attach to the bottom. And being at the bottom of the ocean, it's going to be much harder to gather sunlight than if you're floating at the top. Now, I'm going to go ahead and let the algae grow for a while here. And now you'll see why it's important in a little bit. But basically, we're going to want the foundations of a food chain to be as diverse and ready to handle a change when we introduce a consumer. Oh, and you can now see in the top right corner there is the holdfastless algae, the algae that's just floating along the top there. Now that, oh, okay, we still have some. That is going to be a major food source for a very long time. And now I'll tell you why. It's because algae like that does not require any sort of effort really to capture on the side of the consumer. Now you can now see there's a different variety in the top left corner now too, that is the more yellow color. And you can see now too that this algae is now out competing the algae on the bottom, because they are able to capture the sunlight before it is hitting the bottom here. But algae without the holdfast, you may think, would become a bad thing. And you're not entirely wrong in thinking so. But without having to hold to the bottom, even though it's wiping out its younger cousins down here, it allows the algae to travel easier from continent to continent without having to worry about the depth at which it needs to be adapted to grow. Because this algae will grow on the top of the surface of any water it can reach. Now you can see the last of the holdfast algae are starting to dissipate. There's not too much left here. Now, we're going to go ahead and get a view of the top of the ocean, if I remember how to do this. Yes. And you'll see that the algae has changed the colors of the water here as it floats along the top. So that's why we're getting this beautiful green and yellow patterning. It's forming at the basin of where we have spawned life on Hebe. All right, now we're gonna check something really quick. Okay, it has been nearly 2,000 years, so there's gonna be a hard stop for us in a second, and we'll do a reload. So we'll go ahead and get our closer look then. But I was going to, well, I don't really remember. We'll start changing things up at the 2,000 years mark. So for now, we'll go back under and observe our watery world of Hebe. Now it seems these shorter alga are being more able to compete here in these depths. I presume there must be less time that these shorter grasses have to develop, which is allowing them to remain competitive, but I'm not entirely sure. Now, as you can see, we're getting another look at our planet. So I'm going to go ahead and slow things down. I won't stop time, but we'll go ahead and make things pretty slow here as we try and take a look. And we'll go ahead and see what all we have got here. Now you can look at the basin where we spawned life on Hebe, and we start to have this alga spread all over now. It's now reached, it's now reaching towards the distant continent. Not just has it engulfed one of the islands completely, but it is almost attempting to do another. So you can see how it alga with no holdfast is able to colonize new areas of the ocean and will eventually colonize the land. Now I'm going to go ahead and take a closer look here, because I believe there's something interesting developing under the waves, if I'm not fully mistaken. Just a little hiccup there in performance. We're going to go ahead actually and speed things up. Take a long descent. Yes! Now look at that. Boom. We have deep sea alga, beautifully swaying with the ocean currents. It seems that the algae has not just spread as far as we could see on the surface with the holdfastless algae, but that this new deep sea variant style of algae has become popularized, because we can see multiple colors ranging from cyan to this light yellow, similar to probably our light yellow holdfastless algae. But we have darker colors, as you can see on the far left side of the screen. Actually, I'm going to start referring to things in terms of their cardinal direction. I believe that would be more accurate to the world. So we'll say in our western side of the screen. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let evolution keep going here. And after the next hard save, we're gonna go ahead and introduce some consumers. Now I'm gonna go ahead and speed up time and let another 2,000 years on Hebe pass. And we'll see if anything develops in that time. Now, I will have to try to remain a little vigilant, because plants may decide to develop at any time. And we'll have to see, because we won't want to catch them when they do. Now, as a personal anecdote, I do want to say, if Wessel Stoop, like, does want to look into more with the algae, I would be so excited. Like, I don't know. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was sitting at the beach with a friend, and we were watching this algae. It was whole tons of algae washing up on the beach, but it was just reminding me of like how, I mean, it's unfortunate that, you know, stuff like that can happen, but it's also kind of beautiful because in a way it is natural, right? I'm sure that it's urchins, like sea urchins, going and eating at the holdfasts of the algae that is undermining the kelp forests. But to see something like a kelp forest develop, where you could have a giant towering pillar of kelp like develop and become like a ginormous mega structure habitat for all sorts of marine life, it would be really fun. Like, I think that that's a little bit missing in this game. That not just is algae treated as the tutorial species type in this game, but also that the aquatic stage is also seen as a little more tutorial or basic. But underwater life is really beautiful. And I do appreciate that there has been a bit of a push, actually, I think that he's had for some of that stuff with this last update. I was really excited to see the, like, sedentary foot that you could make your creations vertical, and you could also make them get the like sedentary foot, although I have found that to be pretty unviable to be like competitive as a species. They pretty much immediately have to develop out of that state, which kind of just makes me think like filter feeding might need a little bit of a rehaul or whatever else to make something like an anemone more viable. But with that said, I do think, like, algae, if it had the ability to become something like a kelp forest, that would be really fun. That you could have, like, the giant holdfasts that develop, you know, and in real life, they're home to all sorts of things, like brittle stars and crabs, and then the like, canopy they form feeds fish, and they go there for protection, and you can have all sorts of different things going about. And you could even have something like urchins who would eat at the roots and maybe beach the algae. But also, maybe it'd be cool if somehow coral could be implemented. That's another one that's kind of hard because, like algae, they're not actually plants, and those ones are especially hard because they like use plants kind of to develop themselves and form the bony structure that is coral. But if coral could be in this game, oh my gosh. If you could have reefs develop, I feel like aquatic life would get a lot of love. Or could get a lot of love. And it definitely deserves it, because it's very, very beautiful. Although I know he has mentioned in previous Evolution live streams that there are already games that do that, and even specialize in it. I couldn't name them off the top of my head now, but that is a fair argument. But I do think, again, anything that adds another layer of depth and intrigue that you could explore with evolution, you know, just makes the game that much richer, you know? That being said, we're going to go ahead and pan the camera westward here. I moved faster than I imagined, but it looks like things are developing and moving upward. We still have algae developing with holdfasts here, and it seems that the holdfastless algae is not able to compete as much in these shallower waters. So we're going to go ahead, take a look above the waves. Now I'm not seeing anything for the time being on this westward continent, which I suppose we'll have to name the continents as well, so that there can be some sort of contingent scheme here, and that everybody knows what's being talked about. Now, going along the surface of the water, this is really pretty. All different colors floating along. That little island has some holdfast algae, and oh my! Now, we're gonna go ahead and slow down time. Let's take a check for what the year is. Ooh, 3,700 years. Now we're gonna go ahead and take another look here into what different species we have. But it looks like we have a couple different plant species that have developed. Now, if we get rid of the ones that have died out, what we're looking at is either going to be Waka or Wumdadu, which are going to be our first plant species that seem to be holding on here. Developed as old as 1,300 years ago, which would mean pretty close to when we did the time jump. Because if we're sitting at something like 3,700 years, then this birth year of this species is probably around... let me think about what that means. 37, so 2,400 years. So about 400 years after the first save there. Now we're going to go ahead and try and investigate what we have here. Because this could be some of the first successful life. This, ooh, we are looking at the Waka. Wow, an elegant plant that seems to be colonizing a belt here along this somewhat inward continent. Ah, and here's our other species here. It's not on the same continent. It's colonizing the northern portion of the North Island here. And this is where we have the Wumdadu. Now, this one has only been around for 500 years or so, so I'm not entirely sure if it will stay or be wiped out. There are chances of either happening. So we'll go ahead and stay with investigating our new species here on the inward continent. Now, both of them are entirely basic. As you can see, they only have 2 fruits. There's one that's already in the ground where they have the seed, and there's one up high above in its canopy with a couple of very basic leaves. But with enough time, they'll start to develop into something more, you know? Now, we're going to go ahead and say something and do something now, is that I'm going to go ahead and introduce... Oh, my. Is this speciation, or what am I looking at? Maybe it's just not showing me the proper models. It may just be showing me the Wumdadu model to save space on the computer. I'm going to go ahead and double check. I do have 25 models. So these may actually have the these more cold weather pine-like branches, but it's just to save memory. It is appearing more basic than it actually is. Now, okay. I'm going to go ahead and say and set one thing here, is that any of the major islands, now I'll go ahead and pan out and show you what I mean here. I'll say any of the major islands, which will be these 5, I'm going to go ahead and introduce 1 mushroom to each of them. I'll make each of them separately so that the evolutionary tree will show that which mushrooms came from where and how they developed along that line. But I'm going to introduce them to every continent, because I do know that mushrooms can spread across water. I just don't want there to ever be a problem of the nutrients running out and plants dying. So I'm going to go ahead and leave mushrooms all the same. You can change the cap size, whether or not they're a parasite, poisons, and then other cap types. But we're going to go ahead and just introduce the most basic mushroom we can to where we have our 2 developing plant species. But first, we'll introduce one here. We'll go ahead and drop a couple down. And we'll go ahead and introduce a second one. Okay. So 2 of our continents now also have their mushroom species. Now there's going to be a forced reload here coming up in just 100 years. So we'll go ahead and let that happen. Oh, and right as we're about to, we're starting to see life emerge on our western continent with the Ugaria. Wow. We'll go ahead, let time take this one, and we'll introduce them a mushroom if they are able to propagate. They might just be able to be the ones to colonize the western continent. You never know. You were able to see that there were several plant species that did die, and I'm sure that has something to do with the seasons. That can be too harsh for many species. But now that we're in the year 4000, and we have lots and lots going on, oh my, you can already see up too in the northern continent that we have grass developing. And we'll go ahead and take a closer look at that in a minute. But for now, we're going to go ahead and introduce our first animals. Okay. So you can see, animal starts out pretty basic, right? Absolutely nothing. But we're going to go ahead and give it a couple things. For one, it can't function without a mouth. Just the bare minimum you need to give your animals to survive. And you need to give it a limb, see, so that it actually has some form of movement or attaching to the ground, you can see. So this is the only starting mouth, right? This is the only place that mouths can start, and you can see that they diversify from there. But there are 2 different feet. There is a proto-fin you can start with, and then that can branch out many different ways. But see, there's also the sessile foot, which I do, again, I would like to try a species that tries something like the sessile foot. But in my own experiments, I haven't been able to get, specifically get, like, a creature to work very well with the sessile foot and like jawless mouth, because being unable to move and your food not moving to you kind of dooms you unless you're able to evolve within your first couple bites and breaths into something that can move. So, I don't know. Well, you know what? We'll give it one more shot. we'll go ahead and introduce a, well, no, but the thing is we're gonna want our species to be able to reach land eventually. Part of the problem too is if you introduce a creature such as this, it'll have to filter feed out of necessity almost. And then your other animals won't have much to go on. But without something like a filter feeder like that, filter feeding becomes the most competitive. It's unfortunate, to say the least, but usually generalism doesn't tend to work. So, we're going to go ahead and just introduce... Oop, why can't you be in the middle piece? There we go. We're going to go ahead and introduce this as our first creature. Now we're going to go ahead and leave off ears, which you can have develop, and eyes, because those will be competitive advantages that creatures will have to develop for themselves. And they can. They usually don't. It takes a very long time. But those will be something that will be a distinctly competitive advantage if an animal is able to develop. So we're going to leave everything off in basic for now, just movement and a mouth. So it's going to have to figure out pretty quick how it's going to survive a harsh planet such as this. So we're going to go ahead and try to give it its best shot for moving around. So we'll go ahead and we'll place it actually here between the two continents. We're going to go ahead and introduce a handful of them. So this is the Raritolus, it seems. Now you can already see there are a couple little babies developing, and they're floating along the top here, collecting the algae. And they seem to be doing a pretty gosh darn good job at cleaning up the ocean here of algae, which will eventually be a problem, because they're not able to fully utilize all the energy that the algae is able to give them. So they need to eat more of it, and they can eat it very, very easily. So we'll go ahead, take a look under the waves here. They seem to have cleared out a lot algae. Go ahead and be looking westward out on this vast colony we have. Now we'll go ahead and let a couple hundred years pass. Hope that life does truly find a way and does not die out. And after that, we're going to go ahead and introduce a mushroom species onto our western continent. Now you can see the few survivors there seem to have developed filter feeding mouths. Oh, we have one that's a generalist, it looks. Seems the colony may have eaten itself into extinction. No, we have some coming back. Still eating and skimming along. But you can see now too that all this holdfastless algae had died out, which is bringing a boom back to the algae with holdfasts. They're going to go ahead and capitalize on the disappearance of their competitor. Now that we do have an autosave, I'm going to go ahead and try to see here if we still have any animals. But, oh my. With another 500 years passing, you can see that grasses have totally taken over the northern continent. Actually, let's go ahead and turn the UI off. Beautiful. Some with red flowers, really filling the continent with some life and beauty. We still have mushrooms, providing the nutrients to the soil. Wow, many, many mushrooms capitalized on this opportunity. Yeah, and it seems that we may have more larger plant life. Doesn't seem like it would be part of the same species that developed, because it is a distinctly different color than this yellow. Gives us a savanna-like feel. So we may have a competitor plant species on the northern continent. Because this continent is so young, there isn't a dominant generalist or specific niche having had dominated. So we can get competitor plant species. Now we'll go ahead and move and see how our centralized continent is doing. The mushrooms seem to be doing alright. Still feeding here. And it seems we also still have life all the way on our western continent. So the Ugaria may seem to be the plant species to be the ones to colonize the west. So we'll go ahead and drop them a line and give them their very own mushroom. Now that'll be 3 of the continents having their mushroom species. So that just remains the smallest continent and the southern continent without mushroom species as of yet. Okay. Now with those introduced, the western continent won't have to worry about nutrients, or not as much. Now we're going to go ahead and take a look and see if there are any animals alive. There are. Now, you can see the Rardilus still alive and is a generalist. So you can eat plants, can filter feed, can eat animals whole if they're small enough, and it can eat eggs. Go ahead and pretty much do whatever it wants. And so there's still 44 of them, which is a very large population. And you can see, though, with the 2 remaining species, that they have specifically diversified to specialize in filter feeding. They both specifically are getting energy from filter feeding, which they're doing very well. The Henlitus has 107 alive and specifically filter feeds only. Now you may be wondering, this second thing with the Gantitus, or yeah, Gantitus? Not entirely sure, but is able to eat marine snow. So essentially is able to get energy from being deep enough that the dead, decomposing, or what would need to be decomposed parts of algae or animals in the ocean, when those reach our fellow filter feeder, you can go ahead and collect that. Now, actually, let's go ahead and try to locate our populations here. And they seem to have all gone into the North Ocean, just north of the northern continent. We have all sorts of things going on. Let's go ahead and check the diagrams again, because we can actually get a map of where they live. So currently it's the Rarlitus, sits mostly in the North Ocean and in the Southern Ocean. So on the polar edges of the continent, or of the planet, is where this generalist seems to have found its home, despite it being born in the center of the planet. It's gone for the poles. Now the other species, again, the Genetitus, seems to be focused in the Northern Sea, being born from the Central Sea as well. In the Central Sea, I'm assuming, oh no, Central Sea has been mostly abandoned. And the Southern Ocean is largely owned by the Henlitus. There's large populations there. It's where it's developed, but it's also reached the northern end. So we shall see what goes on here. Now here's hoping for the generalist. Go ahead, speed up time. Now, I do know that there are some animals that were on the screen there for a second you were able to see that had something other than the fins and were not showing up in the species list. Now, that's because just because a mutation is able to get into the population, it's not necessarily going to diversify into its own species, and it won't necessarily also be stable. So that's a little bit of a preventative measure from there just being infinitely as many species for every mutation. That does not necessarily benefit the group. Now it seems that we've lost our population we were looking at, so we'll go ahead and rise out and just take a look over the North Continent. For now, we just have these very small, now spined. They have very needle-like leaves. And these leaves, we're going to make it so these plants are better adapted to colder climates. So it seems being on this northern edge of the northern continent has made life here pretty chilly. Better suited for needle-like structures. Now you can see we also have this lime green color now among these small plants. Now I'm not entirely sure if that is a evolutionary choice of the original species, or again, if this is a fellow competitor from the ocean. And you can see with the die-offs, there being rises of mushroom growth. Seems to be somewhat seasonal. Oh, and you can see in the back there, the mushrooms are getting rather large too, larger than these plants. All for the benefit of spreading their spores as far away as possible to ensure the continuation of their genes. it looks like maybe in the back there, our central island has gotten a grass as well. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to go ahead and speed over there. Yes, but we have gotten grass to develop. It is very high grass. It's incredibly high and thick. It makes it very hard to see the rest of the plant cover. But it seems that this climate belt has been keeping the population of plants in the southern side of the continent here. So far as that, it looks like the waka have even reached on the other side of this little jut of water. They've been able to cross it, but they haven't been able to cross these plains. Now, if I were to wager, there's something with the leaves that the waka currently has that is not adapted for a hotter climate. Now you can see these are truly their true leaves. That these pine needle leaves are much more suited for something such as a colder climate, like you would maybe have in the southern part of the island, but not so much for maybe closer to the center of the island, where you get closer to the equator, and you'll have more rains, and you'll have more heat. Now, I know you can see in the background there, too, that our western continent has chosen a very different color than our central and northern islands. So let's go ahead and take a look. Now, you can see the plants disappearing as we approach, which is just because of there not being enough memory for everything at once here. But very, very vibrant green grasses have decided to call the western continent home. We have mushrooms that are sprouting. And we can, one day, we'll be able to take a closer look at these new plants that have developed and are taking over the western continent. But largely, right now, it's the age of grass. So we'll take another look here. This is the 6,000 year mark. We'll take a look at the eras. Okay. So we're still in the first epoch. From 0 to now. It's been 6 aquatic animal species and 17 plant species. So that means if we're in the first epoch, there hasn't been a large die-off of any kind that you would expect from an evolutionary advantage developing. Now we'll go ahead and take some more basic looks here without the UI gone at what we have. So we have the Wumri on the north continent, a green plant, varying heights and abilities. It may actually not be from the its other fellow green emergence. It may actually be entirely of its own as well, which would mean 3 different plant families all on the northern continent, with this splash of green grass maybe being part of this as well. Now our central island seems to finally have some grasses passing this climate control point. And I believe we may have seen... mushrooms have actually spread naturally to our smallest island, which means there will be no need to introduce them here. Mushrooms have made it naturally. So, that just leaves the southern continent, or Antarctica if you will, to develop as well. We have mushrooms here as well. Well, it seems there's no more need for introducing mushrooms. We'll have the family lines for all of that. But for now, let's go ahead and check out some of these plants. Now, what did that say? This is the Ugaria. It seems that the plant that first colonized this land is still a presence thousands of years later. Unchanged by evolution so far. Its design has remained relevant despite the grasses. Now we also have this beautiful orange color coming in. It seems in many places where the climates change with the seasons, we'll see the emergence of new plant types, as there will sometimes be a vacuum between seasons, as plants aren't really ready and able to defend their territory all times of the year. Seasons may become too extreme for them at some points, in which a new plant will be able to evolve and take its place. Now, with all the mushrooms on every continent, I won't have to worry so much about jumping in and out of the UI and the simulation here, because now we have every major type of species has emerged and has the ability to emerge. So we won't have to worry about the sustainability of the simulation, and we can just enjoy life on Hebe. Now, I should say that these grasses that are developing of different colors, particularly these oranges and browns and tans you can see even now, is not because the plant is dried out or dead, like it may be on Earth, but that's simply because in this game you can also simulate the range of light and color and how powerfully it will hit the planet. Now, those electromagnetic waves, the change in which you affect those, will change what colors are viable and what plants are viable on your planet. Now, I could have changed this to anything and had the main variety of color be anywhere. But I figured keeping the plant's color spectrum as close to Earth will keep the simulation, particularly the plants, looking more familiar. Now in the future, if I do another evolution simulated series, I'm willing to change that. But for this first one, I figured just understanding the color of plants was not something that needed to come up. So keeping it close enough to Earth, I figured would be a good idea. But we do get some of those lovely yellows. Not just the greens. Now it seems that the mushrooms have spread rather nicely to this part of the continent and are emerging in big blooms with these dark blue caps. And it also seems that in the background there, you can see that the plants are getting a little bit taller. Maybe even a crook in the stem, which will hopefully make them distinct characteristically for when we're trying to analyze them through their evolutionary line. It will become pretty apparent when plants develop something as a distinct branch or pattern that will make following their evolutionary line very easy. And it seems that mushrooms are also changing their cap type. You can see that they've also gone for these longer caps in a couple of times now. In a variety of colors. For mushrooms, because they're not plants, it doesn't matter for them what color their cap is in terms of capturing light, because that's not what a mushroom is for. It's purely to spread the spores of the mushroom. So you can see, particularly in the far back western part of the screen, the mushrooms are getting ginormous. And this is because there's no need for them to be small. Now we're going to go ahead and take another look at everything that's around now that another 2,000 years has passed. So go ahead and slow time down and take a wide shot look at everything. Now our western continent seems to be primarily dominated by our one plant, but we also have the emergence of a new, more specified one. They can see they have a distinct crook, as I was saying. Things like this will be able to trace the evolutionary line much, much easier. Now they seem to have gone for these more aloe type leaves. Very broad in 3 of them. But if also you can see, particularly, they've doubled the amount of seeds and placed them high up in the canopy. Now, that'll allow these plants to spread their seeds much further and also to spread this species much faster. So we might be seeing these guys take over much of the continent, and very quickly. Well, you can see that they seem to have run up here and across this inlet. But we also have a new species up in the northern end of the western continent with a more distinct brown color to their seeds. Hell yeah. And there seems to be a couple other species here. A leafless algae. It seems to just go for seeds and collect all of its sunlight through the green stem. They seem to have created the lovely flower fields in the northern end of this continent. Whereas the plain greens that dominate much of the west have varying flowers in the northern end. They have a range of colors, reds and purples and greens, to create a canvas. Now I'm curious, now that I've seen them, is it seems that there's also plants dominating the mountaintops. Ah, and it is our mass-producing generalist. It seems to have climbed continents. Now, it's got much more advanced leaves than you can see here. These even have two different kinds of leaves on them, actually. Funny enough. These Daedra, or Dedaria. Now, with two different kinds of leaves, I believe that would restrict your climate conditions, as you'd have to satisfy both. So it's not a common strategy, I don't believe. I didn't see it very much in testing the game out. Most often, you'll see a uniform leaf type, but it seems they've actually reached both ends of the western continent, the widest of all continents as well. So, it seems that my speculation was right on the money. But these generalists here are going to go ahead and take over the western continent in large, and will likely become the dominant proto-family member for any niche plants that decide to develop here on the western continent. Because right now, they can conquer the peaks, the valleys, and everything between. Ah! And it seems we finally have life on our littlest continent. Likely developed on its own. Doesn't seem to share continent or traits with its neighboring continents. So likely developed on its own. A very small, few-seeded plant with very basic leaves. But hopefully, these wild dadus are able to fully utilize their small but precious homeland to its highest capacity. Now let's go ahead and investigate our remaining continents. It seems that our southernmost continent still remains barren, but our centralized continent seems to have remained largely stagnant as well, with the main plant species being unable to, or unwilling to, attempt to cross the climate barrier. Its maximum reach has been subdued to only the southernmost portion of this continent. Although grasses seem to have been able to cross this climate boundary and take over both ends now. Now, for our northern continent, seems that there are many generalist species that are attempting to compete here. You can see now too these mushrooms have also gone for little cupped caps as well, which we haven't seen too much variation on the caps yet, but these cupped caps allow mushrooms to spread their spores when it rains, which goes to show that this continent must be getting a lot of rain. Which is likely why this continent had the conditions for multiple sets of plant life to emerge and develop very quickly. Now we're getting distinctly needle-shaped leaves in the northern end, which is what we would expect to see as we start to get further away from the equator. Conditions start to become harsher, and the poles will not be nearly as kind to all leaf types. Now, on the western end of the northern continent, these yellow grasses seem to have dominated where the greens seem to have the other end. Oh, I take it back. I was narrow-minded. My bad. But that doesn't mean these green and yellow colorations aren't still competing. Now, it looks like we do have, finally, too, another larger competitor here on the continent. Again, going for a crooked stem, this species seems to have four seeds? 5 seeds, possibly? No, 4 seeds, I believe. No, only 3. I'm mistaken. But it's also gone for the needles. So unfortunately, they probably won't be our massive generalist, but instead are going to be dominating the northern portions of the western continent, with much more light capturing capabilities than its parent and competitor species, and more seeds to outcompete, even in the soil, any generalists. Now, let's go ahead and transition into looking at these animals. Now, here's hoping that we still have animal life. It'll be hard to tell, but we'll go ahead and try to find it. Oh, look at that. Without much looking at all, we're already taking a look at an animal species here. Let's take a look at the Talitus. Now, you can see that the mouth it has decided to develop is surely for filter feeding. It has gone for the anemone style approach of capturing its food, at least with its mouth. Its movement, however, seems to have been with these improved fins. Go ahead and take a look at how well this species is doing. Oh wow. Its emergence is in the far edge, or far bottom center of the southern sea, but it is spread up to the north and has some control of the center here. Now, if we just wanted to take a look at our animals here, the only remaining animals are both filter feeders. We either have the Talitus or actually the more populous Balitus. Probably very similarly related, both emerging about 1600 years ago. Now the Balitus instead of competing for the general range where most of our animals had previously been, this one actually emerged in the bay of the western continent and has spread out from there to take over much of the northern ocean in the western end. Not so much competing for the eastern side of the globe. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Balitus. Perhaps the Balitus's range is prime for food. We're going to try to find as many Balitus as we can. Now, some carrion is a good sign that we are in the right area. There are something living here. But perhaps... there we are. A couple of Balitus. Of a moderate size. They're able to feed on marine snow as well as anything they decide to filter feed. Now, still notably, neither of our animal species has developed eyes or ears yet, but animal speciation and development seems to be much more difficult in the in the sapling than it is for plants. Now, also a major problem is that filter feeding does not allow for air breathing, and also is largely what animals will be prone to do, as it is most easy without eyes. So what will have to happen is animals will have to develop a sense of sight or hearing or pressure to move them towards the land, either for laying eggs, for hiding from competition. So it may be millennia before we see a land animal. We'll likely have to witness much of the evolution of animals through aquatic life before we ever see anything colonize the land, which will give the land time to develop a wide variety of plants. Now you can see this often happens with unseen filter feeders. As you're witnessing now, they'll move and completely destroy an, I don't want to say an ecosystem, as the ecosystem is still working and the Balitus has been around for 1600 years, but they'll completely wipe out their food source in a given region with the goal of having a survivor move into a new region of unclaimed food. And when they find a large volume, they'll spread like locusts until they've consumed everything. Now, another way we can actually see some very meaningful change in evolution as well is if our animal life is able to develop sexual reproduction. Now, this is also hard for filter feeding animals such as these, as they can often depend even on a single survivor of a mass feeding frenzy to move on to the next area and colonize it for the continuation of their species. However, sexual reproduction will create a significant advantage, or a significant, advantage to the surviving generations, as healthy traits are specifically picked rather than randomly granted through this sort of bottleneck reproduction that we're seeing now. Now, also very commonly, and oddly or funny enough, it's also common to see many marine animals in this game select for land-based legs, even at the cost of speed in the water. Now, that may sound very strange, but I believe it has something to do with how the game is coded for, and that animals are much more prone to develop a leg than to develop a new limb. Now, I believe this is so animals don't select for having as many limbs as possible to support the weight of the creature, but it does mean often that even marine animals, to support the weight of whatever the creature decides to develop, it's most advantageous to develop a more complex leg that can carry more of its own weight than it is to develop another set of marine fins or whatever structure. So we're going to take another look here. We are now 10 million? 10 million? No, 10,000. It says millennia. It has me tripping out. We're now 10,000 years into... Am I tripping? No, 10,000. We're now 10,000 years into the future. Our western continent still has its very basic roots keeping the old family plant alive. We also have this generalist now moving out across wide swaths of the continent. Do have large dead zones as well. Be interesting to see what the conditions were that led to some of these dead zones. Could be the changing of seasons, or perhaps it could be any number of things. A fire. Now it also seems that we have a change or development in the seeds that our generalists are carrying. So the albia. And they've selected to be much smaller. Also have something different to do with their seeds. It's not letting me inspect them for now, but they are pushing out some of their competitors, as you can see. The odd two different leaved pairs here. Let's go ahead and try and take a look at what might be happening there. Ah. Oh. It's specifically selected for seeds to only be active if the temperatures are warm enough. It is selected against activating if the conditions are too cold for this plant. So it seems like that may have something to do with the leaves not wanting a die-off. Well, very good. Now you can see with our animals, there's still only two main species here. Shifted a little in color, but emerged nearly 3,500 years ago, both of them. And even with a new emergent creature here, it's not successfully propagating very much. Wow. The fungi on this western continent, absolutely massive. Very fun to watch, must admit. Towering, dwarfing these plants. But let's go ahead and check out things in the rest of the continent. Northernmost portion. Seeing a little bit of development in our more cyan-colored plants. Again, with these more developed seeds, but also at the base, a set of 4 leaves. Interesting placement at the base, but more leaves is more sunlight. Oh, but the albia, or some form of our generalist, has reached the northern end now. It may only be a matter of time before much of this is taken over by our heavy generalists. Time will reveal all. But there are other things to witness. In our northern continent, We still have our more niche species pine trees. Or pine shrubs. Not so much trees just yet. We have our bright green emerged generalists. Another group of needle-leaved little shrubs along this central belt. And green has emerged a bit in grass, which is lovely, giving the continent a new wash of color here. Along with these vibrant flower fields, finally livening up even the brownest of grasses. But the plants themselves haven't changed too much on this continent. Largely the same for these past 2,000 years. Ah. No change? Okay. Oh, no very much change. We have a group here now in the central continent. The Daladu, which have an extra set of leaves that, although remaining to their pine-like figure, likely to remain in these cooler temperatures on this southernmost end, they also, I cannot say this with absolute certainty, but are also collecting more sunlight than their parent species. Although they did not select for more seeds, so that their offspring may also outnumber, not just outcompete, their parent species. Now on our smallest continent, a little micro ecosystem seems to be what's at work here. Without much change in these plants for the few thousand years we have let them, they seem to be surviving all right. Mushrooms here seem to have diversified far more than the plants have, but they have much less pressure, as the performance doesn't depend as much on whether or not they can survive, but genuinely in that the plants continue to die. Now, I didn't witness any plants on the northern continent, but I will go ahead and take a look here. So now, let's go ahead and take a look at our northern continent. Just to check. Yep. Life still hasn't been able to get a foothold over there just yet. But it will find a way one day. For now, it remains merely on the more temperate islands. Now I'm going to go ahead and be right back, but I'll leave the stream right here with a beautiful view of our far off western continent and just a good foreground view of our small micro island. Alright, I am back. Apologize for my rather long absence there. But we'll go ahead, we'll speed up time now. And just try to witness life in motion. Right now you guys are probably hearing it, but this game has a very well done dynamic soundtrack that changes with the game's speed, temperatures, weather conditions, the zoom levels, and whether or not, you know, you're underwater. It's very well done. And it all really captures this feel of evolution and life. And we can see in the background that the Western continent is having a spread of its taller plants, and perhaps at the expense of grasses. Because it seems that there are what were once grassy areas also becoming vacant. Hard to say what the changing conditions were without looking too deeply. But perhaps the grasses were too successful, and their lack of deaths were not enough to maintain a mushroom population to continue to fill the grass with nutrients that the grasses would then need to keep growing. Let's go ahead and take a look here at these animals on the western side of this small continent. Now, these guys are filter feeders, continuing to last off this alga of hold-fastless growth. And the algae there are churning all sorts of different colors. Alright, we'll take a big look here at the 12 millennia mark. We'll double check the animals have not. Yep, they're still moving along the lines of filter feeding. Although something like the Benthiolops would be interesting to see because they have much more powerful fins. Likely to try and attempt to be able to survive the movement from source of algae to alga bloom. They seem to be rather successful in this southwestern corner of the map. But let's go ahead and take a look at Hebe's plants then. On the westernmost continent, our generalists, seem to have a interesting competitor, the bee woolum. Now, the bee woolum has some very interesting characteristics. You can see now that the bee woolum has developed a branch. Not just are there now leaves, but there are also branches. But again, not just that, they've also developed very hard-coated seeds. Now, I wasn't sure about it at first, but these lighter brown seeds that even our generalists have are actually harder shelled seeds. Now, this has no inherent or distinct advantage at this time. A harder shell seed is just harder to eat. But there is currently no animal life on Hebe's western continent that would be eating these seeds. But it seems that it was not enough of a disadvantage either for hard-shelled seeds to be selected against. But the bee woolum seeds are now so hard, but also hollow enough that they could float across water. Now, this is a problem that we didn't really explore or look too deeply into in this, but with seeds that land into water, they'll die. However, these bee woolum's seeds will actually float. Now, these floating seeds will allow the colonization of anywhere along a coastline that their seeds could reach, given the ocean's currents. Which means we might have our first plant has a chance at colonizing another continent. Now it seems, you can see, right now, it's actually more populated in the mountains, funny enough. And that variants on these hard-shelled seeds are actually very popular there. For what that reason is, it's beyond me. Even in the deep of these mountains, we can find these guys. Let's try and see if we can find other variants. Ooh. We have a species here with a thick stem and many small, regular, ordinary seeds, developing in the very peaks of the mountains here. Lesser Ugaria. It seems that our original species has opted for an even smaller presence physically, as to not directly compete as much with these fast reproducing generalists. Now, as we move over to the northern portion, it seems... Ooh. Like our cyan friends may have had a rough time. Largely surviving in grasses still. The generalists and even the leafless plants seem to have fared better. And I won't deem them extinct, as they may still be here, but just not be able to load within our current conditions. It still seems like they are not the dominant species here. Now, let's go ahead and check out the Eastern Territories. Now, it looks like we have a band of plants that's developing along the equator. And then on the northern side of the equator, we still have pretty stagnant evolution. It seems that conditions are not harsh enough, or there has been no beneficial adaptation taken by many of the plant species here. Yo, it's the sapling. It's peak. It's peak. But I'm still not worried. There's been many species. Who's the omniscient narrator? Dantley is... I don't know. Should I name this narration voice? Oh. Would you look at that? In the very easternmost corner of the northern continent, it seems like we're finally getting some more advanced and complex plant life. A very deep and bluish shade of green, despite the more monotone and tanned out grasses, has emerged and taken hold in this easternmost edge, with more needle-like leaves remaining popular with these plants. Dude, actually, I know. Could I do ASMR with this? Is this a good mic for ASMR? Yep. That's what this is. It's just Dentley ASMR stream. No, it's the sapling. And it's gotta be as evolution simulated, coded as possible. And I need to document everything. All the plant life. Go to ASMR. And just keep talking about these plants, man. These plants. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek here, though. at the northernmost edge and see if we've had any developments. Ooh. Nibria, going for the very small and subtle approach, but largely unchanged by evolution still. Seems that these conditions are just right for the plants already here. Spore Let's Play. Okay, talking about Spore. Spore's so good. I don't know, I don't think I have a copy of Spore still. I had one on a disk drive, but I don't have a disk reader on my current setup. So I would either have to get one so that I could play Spore on that, or get another copy of Spore. But the main problem with Spore is that it's very prone to crashing, which is just not a super great experience. And what I've done, like, Spore is a very fun game, but genuinely what I'm waiting for is Elysian Eclipse. Now that is a game, I believe, I don't know how much there is to everything in Elysian Eclipse yet, but it is already a very good, like, creature creator, and I believe they have several base steps to the simulated evolution in that game made. It's just like a single developer, if I'm not mistaken, and he's done a very good job with it, in my opinion. I've been keeping up with Elysian Eclipse for a couple years now, and on the few times when I've accidentally minimized this game, you guys might have seen I do have one of the demos actually downloaded, although it's a very old one at this point. So at some point, if you wanted to see Elysian Eclipse, I would be interested in checking that out again, just to check out where it's at again, and just kind of play it where it's at. But I do have very high hopes, actually. I do believe the spiritual successor lies in Elysian Eclipse. I'll make my I'll make my proclamation now. I've played many evolution games looking for something that could bring that Elysian Eclipse, but I mean that Spore energy, but I believe Elysian Eclipse is the true heir to the Spore throne. Okay, so maybe we'll check out Elysian Eclipse in the near future and see what that's got. Because there may be that even anybody can access what is basic in the cell and aquatic stages by now. But maybe that'll just be something we'll have to check out on stream here. But for now, the central continent. Now, it looks like our more advanced plants haven't come to dominate just yet, but they are certainly propagating, which is good to see. I'm sure with a few thousand more years, they'll become much more prominent. But I almost forgot to make note of this. It's looking like we're finally having a group of plants, larger than grasses, actually make it to colonize the northern portion of the central island, rather than just below the equator. Wow. The Olea. Would you look at these? These are some very beautiful plants. Wow. They have 3 different leaf types. 4. I take it back. They even have pine needles. They have pine needles. They have broad, flat leaves. They have broad leaves with slits in them. And they have pine type leaves with a webbing film between them. But not just that. They've gone crazy with the concept of more seeds is more offspring. So they have 6 seeds per individual plant subject. We've also got this amazing crook going up in the stem to make a very, very distinct silhouette. In fact, I actually like the look of that one so much. I've done this a couple of times. I'm going to see if I can't grab that. It's kind of fun to log the plants. They get so diverse. Don't die on me. Not just yet. It's so fun to even just archive those for what they're worth. Now, if we were to take a look here, the most popular plants is the waka on the central island. Funny enough, it's actually the most populous single plant in the entire world, despite being on only the 4th largest continent. Also, oh, I take it back. It's not the most populous species. I don't know what I'm saying. It's the oldest. The most populous species means the Ugaria, which is dominating the western continent. Now that's more what you would expect. Unfortunately, they likely will be exterminated at some point. For being an older species does not necessarily make you a better one. And despite the immense popularity of the Ugaria here, which have how many in number? Nearly 12,000. They are all over the Western Front. Despite that, they don't have any distinct advantages other than just coming first. Now, it seems that our animal life is still consigned to filter feeding, so we'll have to wait on exploring more with our animals. And we'll have to wait even longer, it seems, until something colonizes the southernmost continent. Balitus. I didn't explicitly notice anything that they had. Balitus? They may have just gone extinct if they were down on the edge here. Yeah, it's going to be very hard for a new animal species to emerge and compete with the current generation. They have very good fin structures, which can carry much weight, carry them great distance, very fast. But such is evolution, you know? Not all evolution is advantageous and will be forever helpful. In fact, it may never have been, but someone else more competitive may have just been able to do it a little better. Unfortunately, that's a large problem with these large filter feeding communities, is that they'll all be competing for the same niche. So we won't get very much in the terms of animal species until we see something like the development of sexual reproduction or likely another sense. But we can go ahead and take a look at these populations just to satisfy our own interests. But largely, they'll likely remain unchanged for millennia even. This filter feeding is just too easy. Too easily accessible to those without a sense of sight or hearing. And it seems that that population has moved on from the algae here. So we'll go ahead and move on back to the western continent, where much plant life is developing. Let's try and get a look, maybe looking back at our eastern continents, but at our very ancient Ugaria too. Now, in the very distance there, on the northern continent, it seems even the very peaks are starting to become colonized by a plant species. Despite this, plants still refuse to emerge on our southernmost continent. It seems it's either just too cold, or the right alga or ocean-faring plant has not had the opportunity to move just yet. And it seems with our smallest continent, grasses may have finally emerged. The small continent, or island, is now given a color of yellowy green rather than a barren brown. All will be revealed. The mighty, life-giving, sun-bearing Zeno I may be. But that is all for planet Hebe to decide. Now, I do have a curiosity to see the plants that have finally colonized the top of the world on the eastern side of Hebe. So let's go ahead and give those a visit. Looking out over the water, you get to see the floating alga of all different colors. And some semblance of animal life. Now, we may not actually be able to see it just right. Ah. Seems that the cold season is... No, not the cold season. It's merely not being able to load them. Let's go ahead and get our UI back. Sometimes that can help. Ah, there we are. Wumlix seems to be the one to have colonized. Let's go ahead and double check that they look the way that the game says they do. Ah, so this is what our Wumlix actually looks like. Our colonizers of the top of the world. They have massive pine needle leaves, a more small figure, and several seeds to make sure that they can continue to stay at the top of the world. And it seems that is the only place our Wumlix plant is suited to grow, is only in the very extreme cold temperatures at the top of the world here. A very beautiful and hard life they have ahead of themselves. If they can capture this niche, I'm sure there won't be any competitors for Millennia. But we'll go ahead and give the Wumlix a little more of a spotlight when we can get their features to load. Which one am I rooting for? I think for now, on this central island here, if they're still around, they may just not be able to load. We may have loaded too many plants in the, reload upcoming. Well, hopefully we'll be able to witness then all of the fun diversity we're talking about here. But I believe if I had to pick one, there's a central island plant in particular that I think is fascinating enough that it deserves a shout out again. Alright, back to normal speeds here. Let's go ahead and first check out our Wumlix and see if we can get its actual features to load here. Ah, and here we are, the Wumlix. Capturing this mountain niche surely can't be easy. It's definitely got its set of competitors, as most plants seem to be most viably selecting 4 needles, but their larger size and numerous seeds at the top of their stem seem to have given this plant just enough of a competitive edge to capture specifically the montane regions of this northern continent, claiming even the peaks. Now, let's go ahead and double check that there aren't others we got here. Yes. It's low-key the cinematic game of all time. But it seems we don't have too much new speciation here on our northern continent. They seem to still be working out their evolution. But again, back to if I were to pick a favorite, I would have to say the Ulia. They have such a fun twist in the stem that gives them a very distinct silhouette. Look at that. Even in the shadows, has a very fun shape. And it's also very distinct for having 4 separate types of leaves, which is very interesting, as often is chosen naturally through evolution to keep a uniform set of leaves. But the Ulia have chosen 4 different leaves. The mushrooms are very fun and edible. I actually very much like when they get large too. And it's like neat to see like their different caps. These ones are a little bit buried in the tall grass. But they have the rainwater caps, which let them release spores when it rains. But you can also get mushrooms for different reasons. Although much of them are pretty basic functioning for now. Although, as you can see, they're definitely going for size. Even comparing with some of our tallest shrubbery here in the easternmost end of the northern continent. Mushrooms have opted for massive size, as there's no fear of predation and much detritus to eat up. The plant that you're waiting for, the one that takes down the Wumlicks. I have faith in the Wumlicks. Now, guessing by their color, it's very... Oh. The Warren. Oh, these must just have the Wumlicks' texture. Let's go ahead and see if we can't look at a Wumlicks. Oh, wait. Or did I get... Or Warren's different from the Wumlicks? I may have been false advertising. Come now. Give me the thing. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and look at them this way then. It seems that the Wumlicks and the Warren are actually 2 separate species, occupying the same niche. The Wumlicks actually only taking the 1 peak, and the Warren having a little bit of a larger number here, and are taking the easternmost peak, but also the little plain between them. Now they actually got the color on their own. The color doesn't come from a cyan ancestor. It developed on its own. It's actually not. It's not a descendant of the Wumlicks or its predecessor, but actually their brother species or sister species. The root structures are very cool. I think it's also important to note here that you can see it is there are some sister species of the Wumlix and Warren here that have a more branching root structure that you can see on the Milbaria themselves. But you can see notably that the Warren, the Wumlix, and the Oganis have all opted for a taproot, trying to reach a deeper groundwater, which would make sense evolutionarily, for the water high up in these mountains is likely not to come from rain at all. Rains may not be able to reach these heights, and so tapping into the water in the mountains may be the only viable strategy, rather than a wide set of roots. Yes. To ensure that we can witness evolution in live time, we can turn up the speed to pass a year per second to ensure that evolution is something that can be witnessed even in a time span as short as a few hours. This stream now has only been going on for 2.5 hours, but the time on Hebe has been nearly 14,000 years. So, these plants will come and go very quickly, but only in our eyes, because for them, it can be a decade or more of life at the tops of the world in the northernmost mountains of Hebe. We'll go ahead and wait for the next reload to check out the other continents once again and see what all life has been up to on the western side of Hebe. I'm hoping that our coconut friends are still doing well in the mountain reaches of the western side, and maybe, just maybe, colonizing some of the coast, because with a hard-like shell and enough air, you can start traversing the water, which may lead to some interesting competition and colonization by plants. Because only on the western continent have we seen an an intrusion on seed culture. Now, you may have noticed as well, there is a very large, what appears to be a very large warren in the top left corner. And if that propagates, it may produce a greater species. I'm going to go ahead and slow time down back here to check it out. It's also lasting significantly longer, as you could tell. With its larger frame, it just lasts that much longer through the seasons. Now, if I could get it to tell me the species again. It's still classifying as simply a warren. However, it clearly has a much extended lifespan compared to its smaller counterparts. See, with a warren of this size, 19 years is nearly half the age of the plant. However, on a plant this large, it's gone 40 years, and it still has a healthy life ahead of it. So perhaps larger will come to dominate mountain regions. But time will tell. Now, we have another 500 years before the jump, so we'll continue to stay with our warrens until the time jump, and maybe get a quick glimpse into what the future might look like for these mountains. They are indeed. Again, with zero reason to maintain their height in a minimalist sense, the size of the mushroom really just increases the distance in which their spores can spread. So large mushrooms become the most optimal. And that's why we have so many mushrooms on every continent, becoming larger than the plants themselves. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the world. We'll take a small break from the northern continent, and maybe we've got something going on the southern one. For the first time in 16,000 years, we've got life here. Now, the Walla finally emerged as perhaps the conquerors of this harsh continent, with deep winters that swell up around the pole. These poor fellas have a very, very hard life ahead. As winters get bitter, they'll have to do everything they can to adapt to this continent's harsh weather. But while we let the Walla decide how they're going to conquer the continent, we'll go ahead and take another look at our central eastern continent, which has finally seems to be moving in the head of some progress, with larger, more leaved plants overtaking their forefathers. And perhaps a new green intrusion has made its way into the plant society here. Very little in terms of mushrooms, oddly enough. But maybe, just maybe, green becoming more popular. Even the Ulia may be selecting for a more green shade over the popular yellow that the central continent has been known for since the time of its emergence. It may just be time for green. But back to the lower steppes of the northern continent, we have plants with all sorts of different types of leaves. Ooh, and we even have a type that we haven't seen emerge here. We have these new leaves on the Wilca that are more similar to a succulent. The bulbs able to take a harsh punishment of heat. Perhaps this will help the plants dominate the equator, and perhaps colonize both sides with their heat-resistant structure. Now, before we move west, we'll go ahead and check the far eastern corner one last time. And it seems that Taller has been doing better here, selecting for those with very large stems. But now, let's explore what has long been overlooked for a few thousand years, the Western world. We have another emerging plant going for multiple leaf types. Although very basic, they do have 4 seeds. So, although the leaves may be basic, they'll provide all the sunlight these plants need to produce more seeds than ever before. It seems the strategy has been successful too. Actually, in another sense, plants here, the Lesser Ogaria, have actually selected for the bulbous succulent type leaves as well, taking a very thin-statured plant and opting for as many seeds as possible. With half a dozen seeds per subject, that means you could have dozens and dozens of Lesser Ugaria colonizing the land, especially hottest in the western continent, within a generation or two. The very delicate stem also gives it a very elegant look. However, I am noticing that the seeds here are not hardened. So let's see if we can find some of our hard seed friends. Yes. Although, what we're most interested in is if they can cross the sea. Now, our initial generalist colonizers seem to be doing pretty well in the central portion of the western continent. Here, their aloe-shaped leaves are able to capitalize on the sun and its intensity. Something that much of the needle-shaped leaves that we see in the eastern side of the world of Hebe would not be able to do if transplanted in this situation. It's also notable that the mushrooms here have a much darker shade that has become prevalent. But yes, back to the Greater Alderon. Truly a beast of a plant in size to all that have grown on Hebe so far. The Greater Alderon has selected for a very large branch, not just an increased stem, but also it has chosen to grow what are in essence coconuts. Now, these very hard seeds are not merely for aesthetics. They would be helpful if a predator were to be looking for their seeds. However, all animal life as of yet resides purely in the water, which means that these hard-shelled seeds serve another function for the Greater Alderon. Now, what that may be as of yet remains somewhat unknown, as the Greater Alderon and its forebears developed in the mountains, And the distinct advantage with the coconut is colonizing across the water. Now, I think I'll go ahead and save these. These plants, very interesting. It'd be fun to see perhaps in another time. But they seem to remain isolated in the westernmost mountain region of the western continent. Now, the mushrooms here, as you may be able to tell, have grown to massive proportions. Absolutely dwarfing their their plant compatriots. Also seems to be mushrooms only on the western continent here, with large flat brim caps instead of the round spherical caps that we see dominate much else of the world. But the mountains are not everything. It's also major grasslands, home to many large mushrooms that instead of having that distinctly dark gray color, they are light blue. And they also seem to largely rely on the rain to spread. Perhaps in the shadow of these mountains, they're able to draw large rain seasons. And while on the other side of the mountains, all of the large plants there have very drought-resistant leaves. Ah, but this is a new development. Our cyan plants that emerged on the northernmost edge of this western continent, the greater albi, have now moved off of the forgetting the name, but the jut of land that they once emerged on are now forming large forests and are moving towards the equator. Their darker color is very interesting because it's one of a kind on Hebe. This deep dark blue is only found here in the northwestern portion of Hebe. these fun plants also appear like worms emerging from the ground as they bloom from the nutrients of their parents. They take the place in this low but dense canopy. There are, however, some lighter green colonizing species here. The Algaris has made its way to this northernmost position. It seems to have largely taken over what was once the territory of these greenish-blue plants' ancestors. On the next jump in time, we'll go ahead and investigate our animal species once more and see if they've managed to break free from this cycle of filter feeding, or if there have been any major developments in their pursuit of life. It's not lost on me, too, that the grasses of this region are also particularly a more flowering bunch than elsewhere on Hebe, with magenta and red being popular, but also deep green. We're also seeing more and more flat-brimmed mushroom make their way to becoming successful on the continent. in the west. I didn't see any. Well, let's go ahead and investigate what the different caps have to offer so that we can remain knowledgeable in what is helping these plants. So it seems that the conical caps have a better number of spores, and the flat caps are an even larger number of spores. And they're largely spread by the wind. The tall caps go very fast towards the number of spores, but are best spread by animal touch. And the rainwater spores have become somewhat popular in certain regions of the world. However, animal-eaten spores remain unseen. I know. It'll be exciting when we get bioluminescent plants or mushrooms. So far, it's yet to emerge. Perhaps animals would be the largest factor towards their evolution. And it seems for now mushrooms are largely focused on becoming larger. So we'll go ahead and take a look at our epoch. We are still, it seems, in the first epoch, with nearly 100 different plant species now at the peak, and 10 aquatic species. There's been no large mass extinction event to trigger a new epoch. But oh. It seems there may have been a problem here. The last of the animal species died out sometime between now and 2,000 years ago. Well. That leaves a few options. The reintroduction of the last animal species, or a reintroduction of animals at all. Well, I suppose we will go ahead and reintroduce the youngest of animals, the vorolips. And we'll reintroduce them in a couple of locations to ensure there are chances for them to evolve and develop. As unfortunate and odd enough as that may be, they may have been too efficient of filter feeding, which may mean if the animals all go extinct again, be forced to return animals to generalists, regardless of the remaining animals that survived. Now, let's go ahead and return to looking at our plants while we allow animal populations to recover. Now it looks like we do have a minor development in our plants on the southernmost continent, and that they've selected for the higher version, a higher, more powerful collecting leaf, which will hopefully make life just a little easier. It does seem that they've been able to spread, and their numbers are steady to survive and propagate. Moving back to our central eastern continent. Largely unchanged. Although my fan favorite seems to be better colonizing. I had suspected something was up. There's a new plant here on the central eastern continent that has selected for many broad leaves. Now these leaves are going to collect large amounts of sunlight. Although they'll be more porous and prone to heat, the collection of sunlight and the seed spread seems to have been enough to combat the going heat and actually take over a large portion of the central eastern part, the central eastern continent. Our green species is remaining on the central part of the continent and didn't end up taking over like once theorized. Seems that yellow is the color of the central eastern continent. Now for our micro ecosystem, it seems that evolution here has remained largely stagnant in terms of our plant species, and even a reemergence of life in a greener color as well. However, it seems that either it has been only wholly unhelpful to attempt change here, or that no change is necessary for life to go on just fine in our smallest continent. Now, I'm going to take a quick second to double check. Wow. They did it again. No, they didn't. I'm being silly. There are still animals. Great news. And 140 of them, which is good. Hopefully not too many that they don't bring themselves to extinction once more. But a very large population compared to the few in number we dropped on the world of Hebe. Now, we'll go ahead and move over to our largest eastern continent, the northern eastern continent. Its pale yellow pine trees, or pine shrubbery, seem to be doing just as good in the northern part of the continent as they ever were. The northern edge of the continent remains a frozen world of evolution, going without change for many years, whereas our eastern portion has gotten these beautiful blue-green forests develop, which don't opt as severely for the seed strategy, but have gone for these many bright leaves. In lime greener pastures, it seems that the generalization of the most basic of plants remains the dominating force. But the aloe-type leaves of heat resistance could not be resisted themselves as a form to take over the equator and its scorching heat. Wow. The Wumries remain a very small species, opting for number rather than height. And it seems our mountaineers remain fixed. Not yet been dethroned as the rulers of the eastern mountains. Their form is the peak design, it seems, currently, for these harsh conditions. Mountain life is clearly not for every plant, and in fact, mountain life doesn't seem to translate down below, as these plants have taken up such a specific niche that this is the only place where they can grow. Now, out of some motherly omnipotent worry, I'm going to go ahead and double check really quick on our animals. Ah, don't tell me. You've joined, once again, the extinction list without producing an heir. Now, this presents a problem, as we're either forced to evolve the Voralips or reintroduce another. Give me 1 second to assess this state of our oceans. And unfortunately, Alga seems to prefer the top. Oh, on a quick side note, grasses have emerged on the southernmost continent. This deep green beautification will make this continent look a beautiful shade of blue-green teal as our form of the tundra. Now, processing this plant news, I will go ahead and attempt a reintroduction of the Roritalus. As the most basic animal we introduced, I'd prefer not to introduce an animal that was not developed from Hebe for fear of contradicting the point of an evolutionary stream. However, filter feeding is such a popular choice among animals for evolution, following the introduction of so many filter feeding mouths. I may have to forcibly mutate an animal if extinction continues. Introduce a small population in the bay they once emerged from, and we'll introduce a population perhaps on the other side of the planet here. And with these two populations, hopefully, just hopefully, life will be able to emerge from the waters and take some first breaths for the first time. Okay. These Roritalus are really making me eat my words. Oh, is that red plants? I'll be back to try to investigate red plants. Perhaps our technical difficulty break. Okay. Fourth wall breaking for a hot second here. Hold on. We're gonna see how much I'm fourth wall breaking. Fourth wall breaking for a second right here. Okay. I've not had this game since before this update, right? This newest update, which added a bunch of the filter feeding mouths and sessile foot and other such things. I I was looking forward to, and they're very cool. And I've gotten them to work in simulations with other things, but I've noticed dramatically that filter feeding is by far so popular and easy and uncomplicated, and that's fine. Like, because it's good to have simple organisms, but the other organisms aren't able to understand their food sources like you'd hope they could. Now, look, I've gotten, and I could even pull up other saves of filter feeders that have been able to develop ears and eyes, which is why I've had hope that these could do something like that. And that can also lead to the change in where the mouths devolve back into a more generalist state, an attempt to eat perhaps the eggs of other creatures, or eat the other creatures' young, or other plants. But that doesn't seem to be happening in this world. Now, I don't know the reasoning for that. I don't know, because that is the third time that we've had an extinction. Now, I don't like to do this. I really don't want to. I never wanted to. But I'm going to give eyes to the Rarlitas. I wanted eyes to emerge naturally, but I'm hoping a generalist with eyes will be much more inclined to participate in the simulation. So I don't know if this is solely this newest update or whatever, because this is exactly the type of thing that like Wessel Stoop did in his second evolution simulated, where he didn't give any sensory organs to the animals, and they were still able to develop into land-based life forms. But it may just be that too much has happened between then and now. The eyes have become more essential. Now, let's get back out of the fourth wall break. And it looks like our Raritolis has eyes now. Wow. Wow. So, we're now going to pretend like this happened very naturally. It happened very naturally, don't question it. Okay. Raritolis. Or perhaps, should I say, Hydilatops. Or Hydilolops. Pardon me. Actually, we'll only introduce the animals in a single point. I feel like it's more interesting if life can come from a single location. They're not actually red. Okay. And diversify from there. I'd only done that as a last measure, but because these animals are distinctly different from their ancestors, they'll go ahead and get a single point start location. Now you can see that the eyes have already produced a much more viable animal than our eyeless friends. Something that can actually graze on the kelp at the bottom of the ocean, rather than just floating alga. And now we must hope that they're able to move on to greener pastures and evolve into a more deeply interesting species. Perhaps in a future evolution simulated stream, I would create 2 animals and have one specialize in filter feeding with no eyes and the sessile foot, and I would have another with eyes and perhaps a more generalist mouth. See if the 2 animals of different ancestry and emergence could coexist. For now, it seems what's been selected as popular is a more, how you say, invertebrate mouth. It is still generalist, but a little more efficient, and some larger, more powerful fins, which are more directly helpful to an animal that can also see its prey, which could have also been a problem of the filter feeders with no eyes, yet very powerful fins, and that they could often, perhaps, swim too far from their feeding grounds too quickly. Now, let's go ahead and take another look at how our animal populations are doing. This is actually another important note on this central eastern continent, is we have 2 important evolutionary changes coming, in that the broadleaves now have wholly gone for the broadleaf approach. No longer do they have the slits for, I believe, heat reduction or wind resistance. I'll have to investigate once again. But now it seems that they are solely choosing this as their form of light collection, because now their stems are beginning to harden, which means less sunlight can reach the stems and gain sunlight through the chloroplasts in the stem, but now it will have to rely solely on its leaves. And now we even have true forests, too, have emerged on the central continent. You can see now, this is exactly what I was just hypothesizing, is we'd have our first true forests, where now the plants have opted entirely for bark. In exchange, they gain safety from predation, merely for having to rely on their leaves for solar energy. Perhaps there are other forests on other continents. The Olia has actually gotten another new broad leaf form. And instead of 6 seeds, it carries 8. Wow. Perhaps there are other... trees. We'll go ahead and give life time to develop here. But let's go ahead and double check the epoch window. Still not yet transitioning out, but it may be very soon that we see the introduction of a new epoch. Because now, with animals that have a mouth that can breathe air, even if only temporarily, they're now colonizing the Western land, perhaps even living their entire life on it. It seems that life has finally become accustomed to land, with the northern continent now facing a new threat never before seen on the planet in 20,000 years of evolution. Solely the emergence of eyes has led to this inevitability that creatures would start wandering towards new locations. Seems some have even started developing legs. It looks like red animals may be the truly dominant force of all animals. Let's get the name. The Darty Plitus. A silly looking little creature with an almost crab-like structure for its mouth and simple fins. It's able to push itself around the continent just enough to colonize. Perhaps other continents are facing such problems. The smallest continent seems yet to have visitors. The southernmost continent, even here we can find newborn Dartipulus reaching land faster than the plants ever dreamed of. And quickly we'll check if animals have reached the west. It seems devoid of life for now in terms of animal species, although the plants here have continued to grow at astounding rates. The very basic Ugaria still remains easily the most prevalent animal. But here we have another fascinating development. It seems like our sea-spreading plants and seeds have finally truly done so and are making their way around the Western continent. In addition to that, because of their watery homes, it seems that some plants have opted for root structures that can remain out of the water. This allows them to grow in conditions of very moist soil conditions that roots would not be able to maintain. These seeds, like coconuts, are likely going to dominate the coastline of the western continent now and perhaps forever. Ah, and here we have a new competitor emerging for the western mountains. A yellow tree-like structure. The... Oh, Greater Alderon. That can't be you. I know what the Greater Alderon looks like. This must be a misclassified plant. I wish I knew the name of the plant, but perhaps we'll run into it. For now, it seems the mountains have great diversity. And in the northernmost point of the western continent, wow, we have these teal, very thin structures emerging, very much like the wormy group that seems to have dominated this region. However, this one is also adorned not just with leaves at the base of the stem in all cardinal directions, but also a canopy of pine needles at its peak. Likely a distant relative of these. The north of the equator in the west has mighty forests, prime for grazing. Now, as requested, we'll check out the mountaintops here. It seems like these harsh conditions are still dominated by the warren. They have been truly the masters of the mountains. Ooh. And perhaps they will be the most successful at standing the test of time here in the east. let's get ready to go ahead and take a look at how animal life has been dealing with finally reaching land. Perhaps there's been a new development in this story. Not yet, it seems. Just getting to land is a large enough leap for these animals, in many cases. Oh, wow. I take it back. There's some that have taken a very bright coloring and have opted for webbed-like feet. My, these large yellow pines in the north. They've gone for very large stems. A very thick base. Hopefully, the pressure from these animal competitors will put some strain on plants to develop meaningful adaptation. That these old primal plants from the beginning of time on land will finally be outcompeted in a meaningful way at a more rapid pace by their successors. Now, it also seems that we have a large amount of seagrass, which seems to be just fine for our new life. Seagrass may be a delicacy among our animals. And it seems that developing a hard stem and trunk may soon have been one of the best choices these trees could have made. Because these low-reaching animals will not have the reach to get particularly at the higher canopy. It seems though that the animals on the central eastern continent have gone even more crab-like with their invertebrate-style legs. The animals of the northern continent seems cannot live here indefinitely and can only mostly remain a feeding ground for the young, as they can be born safely out of the reach of their competitors, but there's not enough food to sustain the population. Let's remain here and watch how our animals decide to navigate this channel between continents. And maybe, hopefully, be working their way over to the western continent. Or fortunately, they already do have some impressive defenses against animal predation with their hard-shelled nuts. You can see now, interestingly enough, that most of the speciation is happening with the animals in their limbs, with the main argument being between whether one should swim, one should crawl, or one should walk. Oh, thank you, by the way. I do think that this game is a very enjoyable watch, too. I'm not gonna lie. It's very relaxing and interesting. I love speculative evolution so much, you know? It's just, I don't know. It's always interesting to see like which ways life will go. Like look at that one that just darted by. We have these, look at those little fish there going by. They have proper like fins, not just flippers. Those had proper fins. And if they go down that path, I believe those are also fins that are sexually attractive. I think that they actually will help in terms of sexual reproduction for that species. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get more fish-like creatures to emerge. Yeah. Invertebrate mouths are pretty silly on these other things. They look pretty good on the... Oh! My goodness! I wonder if I can get it to stop before... No! I don't know if you saw that. I think that animal had hammerhead-like eyes. It seems to have gone, and it may have been a one-off mutation, which is too bad, because that would be very fun to see hammerhead eyes emerge. But it seems that these crabs are very popular. They have gotten to be a very widespread community of animals. Because there are those still with flippers, although they're not as competitive on land anymore. And the frog legs are helpful. I suppose... Oh, no. I thought he might have developed a new mouth. But... still at the ones of a normal invertebrate. Let's go ahead and double check our animal species here. And it seems that the main coloration among all species is red, with the Dentiopus is the oldest remaining of all species. All species now remaining do have that invertebrate mouth. And again, largely change based on their chosen limb. It's still the first epoch. At this point, it may remain that way forever. There may not be a second epoch. It will remain to be seen. But there are now 12 distinctly land animal species in the world now. Or at least there had been at the peak. You can see they now cover the entirety of the northern eastern continent. Well, not entirely cover. Seems that our mountain regions, are actually not entirely free from the influence of these new animals. They seem to have the possibility of reaching even up here. And another new development is they've gone for more stalk-like eyes. Giving these creatures a very odd look. Whoa. Okay. It's just not loading. Perhaps is a reload coming soon? Yeah, there's another reload in 500 years when we should be able to get a pretty good look at how all our animals are doing. So until then, things might be a little odd. But we can go ahead and still enjoy things. Whoa! This is a new thing that I actually haven't seen emerge yet and hadn't realized it was in the game. But very long grasshopper-like legs. I'm sure these give very good movement speed to our animals. And may perhaps produce a sound that may come in handy in the future, or maybe just provide a bit of aesthetic for mating. Going to go ahead and check again. Small continent. Seems, yes, animals have reached here. And working on our smallest continent. Don't worry right now about the plants not appearing. They should be here. It's just, as I said, there's a lot to deal with these new animals in loading. hopefully we'll be able to get a look at some of them and their movement on reload. And has any animal reached the new continent yet? Doesn't seem so. Oh, no, I take it back. There are animals reaching the new continent. Again, with eye stalks and crab-like features. Seems like crabs will be, in some way, shape, or form, the dominant animal on the planet, having reached every continent in both hemispheres relatively fast. Well, let's go ahead and enjoy a nice far out view from our mountaintops in the east. And wait for the next hard save. Here we are. Now, I believe we'll go ahead and take one long last look at everything that's evolved on stream today. Check out each of the ecosystems and what we've got going on. Largely plant-based, but there will be more, and we'll keep going. We'll keep this save going and see how far life is willing to push itself here for this simulation. But, like I just said, I think that'll be our last major time skip for the stream. So about 22,000 years have passed since we began. And now let's go ahead and take a look at what life looks like on Hebe after 22,000 years. Now let's go ahead and begin with the central eastern continent, where, if I'm not mistaken, plant life first emerged. Now again, this is where we now have advanced land life. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like the animations want to play so much. But species of hopping grasshopper-like creatures have emerged. Oh, and even those that are now yellow. There are now yellow, like, frog creatures that I'm sure came from the central northern island and swam across. But now, with this new yellowish color, they're camouflaged into this yellow environment. A specific advantage in the central eastern continent that is not inherently particularly specifically useful everywhere in the northern eastern continent. This camouflage you would expect to help hide from predators is an interesting emergence in a land without many predators, unless they're being eaten whole. Also seems that the Folia have developed a harder stem. Their seeds also seem to be perhaps higher up, out of reach. Ah, and we even got fun things like this. What might you be? The Udadu, with ginormous bulges in the middle of their stem. Perhaps to hold on to rainwater? Mountain check. We'll do a mountain check. Seems that there are large parts of this central eastern continent that remain uncolonized by animals. But the central portion of it is very much the territory. Some very interesting little guys. Wow. Their camouflage is very impressive. Definitely doing them help here, but it makes you wonder if there's a major predator somewhere. Let's try to find it. If we go back into the water, oh my goodness gracious, the totopes. Totopes? I don't know how to say it. Oh my. It's a prehistoric playground. Look how lovely. The undulating fins. Oh my. It's truly the Cambrian explosion of life down here. With so many seagrasses, it seems that there's plenty of food for a variety of interesting marine life to emerge, with sets of undulating fins. Seems gliding across the water has become one of the most valuable for true marine life. You can still see there are crabs with invertebrate legs. And there are also, in the back, you can see those that still swim with more fleshy limbs. But marine life has found a truly optimal way to get around. Investigating the land, it seems that still... Ah. Oh, I thought you had developed something quite fascinating indeed. But it seems that the frog-like legs and structure has provided a great means of taking over the continent here. Wow. And that maybe this pressure of a predator has made more successful plants grow. So we're now seeing the first with branches emerge on the northern continent. It also has the aloe-shaped leaves, helpful for the hot seasons that come and go. But the yellow pines of the far north remain unchanged, but now, in fact, dominate. The large, fat-stemmed yellow pines remaining, even if just a little less. Now, checking on the pine bet, it seems that they are still here, the Warrens, unchanged by thousands of years of evolution since their emergence. Their performance as the top alpine species seems unquestioned. Warrens all around in the mountain regions. No animals, though. Animals are foregone in such regions. They're too high of altitudes, likely to sustain those populations, largely too cold and likely not enough to eat. Seems that land here has, even selected for a new type of food. So you can now see this giant mushroom here with the odd-shaped, many-sided or jutted cap here is actually made to be eaten by animals. That's how this mushroom is going to spread its spores. There are now mushrooms selecting to cooperate with this animal kingdom that has emerged as its new form of spread. The north on the far side of the mountains seems to still remain untouched by evolution or harsh predation. Lots of color variation in these low-lying forests. There are yellow, and brown, and red. All sorts of animals. Now we'll go ahead. Goodbye. It was good. It was good having you. This was good. I'm glad you enjoyed. There'll be more. There'll be more. We'll have to see how everything moves after truly 1,000,000 years or however long. It'll be great. Now our southernmost continent seems to have remained too cold to support. Oh, I take it back. Would you look at that? As the seasons have just changed, we watched the bloom and spread of a species. I guarantee you this is the work of hibernation from seeds. These seeds have adapted to bloom in the warm seasons of this bitterly cold continent. and remain dormant until the time is right for growing. Truly a powerfully astounding feat for colonizing such a harsh continent. What's the name of these plants? MILLENNIA. Can I inspect you? Interesting. Their most common death is from freezing. However, would you look at that? I knew it. The seeds only bloom if the temperatures are above negative almost 8 degrees. This is a huge advantage for not accidentally blooming in the cold season. Likely, the large part of their deaths come from the encroaching of the cold season, but their seeds are able to lay dormant until it is relevant again. Powerful evolutionary advantage these plants have gained for taking over so harsh a continent. But an advantage that may have yet been inevitable for one as cruel as this. Wow. Are these widespread animals? My. The animals in the Southern Ocean have gone for very long and large toed feet for incredible speed. Incredible. The dental. Oh, but this is the generalist. I want to know who that interesting creature is. It doesn't have it rated as its own species just yet. But definitely a very interesting approach. Going for high speeds. Ah, almost forgot the smallest continent. Where it looks like eyesight is being selected for. They have the frog legs, which makes you believe that these animals could have come from the northern continent. But they're enhancing their eyesight, likely to help them stay with the scarce amount of food that comes with this island, or perhaps island hopping, which may lead to a trait like this improved eyesight propagating. And he looks ever onward to the western continent, where his brothers may be, and they may be changing into a far more diverse audience of animals that will one day be completely unrecognizable to his fellow dentalops. So let's investigate. So, in the west, our teal forests are as beautiful and bright as ever. Staying with the hardened nut strategy, crabs seem to be getting along well in these forests. They seem to have spread to every part of it they can reach. With our massive teal pines being successfully encroaching on this land. But it seems the crabs are not yet ready to cross the heat of the equator, or perhaps its lack of food. Our plants, the Millia, have grown to have large stems in these large, steep mountains. Wow. But yet, none quite look like the greater Alderon, whose mountainous lifestyle feels like an odd choice for a plant with so many cocoa nuts and leaves that are not necessarily pined or made for this alpine climate, but rather the heat that persists into these mountains has allowed for such an odd plant. The stem also has tapered off by far into the reaches of the canopy. The branch at its base has been rather neglected, but perhaps mainly serves as form of another means of collecting sun rather than being an extension of the stem. Plants in these highlands seem to be mixed, with inland remaining the great generalist colonizers, these albabs. The albabs take the aloe leaves and are able to use this extreme heat to their advantage. Meanwhile, the coasts are dominated by those that have now taken the coconut and used it so that their roots and coastlines may be dotted in their offspring. Propagating widespread now, as I had hypothesized. The start of all life on this continent, however, remains rather basic, perhaps from lack of competition. That maybe predation will, in fact, change this landscape for better or for worse in the next stream. Now, again, I'll probably have to call it just about here. Before I do, I really quickly want to check the evolutionary line of these coconut trees, or shrubs, the greater Wumleys, as they're called, I guess. And I'm curious to know if they emerged from the same group that first introduced coconuts to the world. Family line comes from the Wumley, which is in fact not the nut-bearing tree. Actually, did not come from it. Very interesting. Well, that is going to be all for the stream today. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys all enjoyed a whole lot. I know I did. The Sapling is a very, very interesting and deep game into the concept of evolution, and I've been so excited to check it out and show you guys all what I had been so inspired by watching for years now, watching and rewatching the Evolution Simulated series, the devlogs of Wessel Stoop, the creator of this game, and had been honestly, I've been feeling the lack of content around the Sapling and had been really wanting to see more, particularly of this newest update into the game's features that I feel like was not present in creators. So I'm glad that Wessel Stoop has presented the opportunity to creators to make their own Evolution Simulated series like I'm trying to do now. You know, whether or not I'm able to make a video out it, or whether or not Wessel Stoop sees this and is able to shout it out if I'm able to make a video and whatever else, I do hope that from, I don't know, creators as small or as humble as I, or to as large as whatever, are able to, as large as Markiplier, we'll say Markiplier, no, but are able to find this game and appreciate, you know, everything it's got to offer. Because I feel like there's such a depth to the simulation that Wessel Stoop's been able to put together that, again, you know, kind of like you guys have been saying, and like I've been infatuated with, and for this game for years, is because of how magical the life feels in this game, because of how intricate, you know, it can become and develop, you know. So again, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I feel like I'll keep doing this series on the Sapling for the foreseeable future for a little bit here, because we're still going to be on break from Library of Ruina, and this is going to be, I think, a pretty good transition and look into things moving out of the semester for me. Me personally, I'm in college right now and finals are coming up, so a game like this that's pretty low energy on my part, but very high in intrigue, it's going to be a perfect game for me, and I hope you all too. So thank you all so much for watching. Again, if you liked this stream and want to see more The Sapling, give me a like. You know, if you made it this far, that's great. I love you for that. And if you're, like I said, if you're interested in more of this, you should subscribe, and I'll keep posting The Sapling and streaming it, and hopefully getting this into a nice video package for you all. And again, so thank you so much, guys. This has been Dentley AST with the Sapling, and I will see you all in the next video. Bye, guys.